Hi and welcome. I'm Midnight Truth, and it's so nice to have you here tonight, wherever you are right now. Whether you're in bed, lie on the couch, or just looking for a quiet moment, I want you to know this time is for you. Take a deep breath in, and as you breathe out, feel the weight of the day start to fade. Let your mind settle, let your body relax, and let yourself simply be. There's no rush, no pressure, just this calm, quiet moment. If you like, you can close your eyes and imagine yourself in a peaceful place. Maybe it's a cozy room with soft, warm lighting. Or maybe it's under a starry sky, with a gentle breeze brushing against you. Wherever you feel safe and calm, let yourself drift there. I know many of you use these stories to fall asleep. So before we begin, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time is it there? Tonight's story is gentle and soothing, perfect to carry you into a deep, restful sleep. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin. I never wanted to move into that house. It wasn't my first choice, or even my second, but life has a way of pushing you into places you don't want to be. After the divorce, I needed a fresh start, something quiet, something affordable. That's how I ended up on a narrow, tree-lined street on the outskirts of town, standing in front of a house that had been sitting empty for far too long. It was an old Victorian, all peeling paint and sagging shutters, with a porch that groaned under its own weight. The landlord had been eager to rent it out, almost too eager. He barely let me finish my questions before shoving the keys into my hands, muttering something about good bones and a long history. I didn't press him for details. I should have. The house smelled like dust and something faintly metallic, like old pennies. The wooden floors creaked with every step, and the air inside was heavy, unmoving, as if it had been holding its breath for years. But I told myself it was just a house, nothing more. My first night was uneventful, though I barely slept. The bed I dragged into the master bedroom felt foreign. The walls seemed to press too close, and I could swear I heard something moving downstairs, a soft rustling, almost like breathing. But exhaustion won, and I fell asleep just as the sky outside paled to gray. The next morning, I met the neighbor. Mrs. Callahan was in her 70s, with sharp eyes that flicked over me like she was assessing how long I'd last. "You're renting the old Whitaker place?" she asked, her voice carrying something I couldn't quite place. "Pity, maybe." "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. "Seemed like a good deal." She hummed, not exactly agreeing. "Last guy ran out in the middle of the night. Left everything behind." She peered at me. "Did the landlord tell you that?" A cold knot formed in my stomach. "No," I admitted. She sighed. "Figures." Then, as if debating whether to say more, she hesitated before adding, "You hear anything strange at night, you just ignore it. Don't go looking for things that don't concern you." I laughed, but it came out thin. "What kind of things?" She shook her head. "Just things. Houses like that, they remember." With that, she turned and shuffled back inside, leaving me standing there with a dozen questions I didn't want the answers to. That night, the house felt different. The air was colder, the silence heavier. And just as I started to drift off, I heard it. A single, heavy footstep in the hall. Then another, and another, coming closer. Next chapter. I held my breath, my heart slamming against my ribs. The sound had been clear. Too clear to be the house settling. The hallway outside my bedroom was dark, a long stretch of shadows that seemed to deepen the longer I stared at it. Another step, closer this time. I sat up slowly, every muscle tensed. The rational part of my brain screamed that it had to be my imagination, but the rest of me, some primal, ancient instinct, knew better. The floor creaked just outside my bedroom door. I reached for my phone, fumbling to turn on the flashlight. A cold sweat had broken across my skin as I forced myself to stand, to move toward the door. My fingers trembled as I wrapped them around the doorknob. I yanked it open. Nothing. The hallway stretched out in front of me, empty. My breath came fast, ragged, but there was no one there. Just the old wooden floorboards, the peeling wallpaper, the faint scent of dust, and something else. Something I couldn't place. I swallowed hard and forced a laugh, though it sounded hollow even in my own ears. Jesus, I'm losing it. I muttered. I checked the rest of the house anyway, flipping on every light as I went. The kitchen was still, the front door locked, the windows shut. Nothing had been disturbed, just the house settling. I told myself. That's all. Still, sleep didn't come easy after that. By the next morning, I had convinced myself that stress was messing with my head. New house, new environment, I was just adjusting. I busied myself unpacking, filling the empty space with something familiar. Books on the shelves, coffee mugs in the kitchen, clothes in the closet. Little things that made it feel less like a stranger's house and more like mine. But even during the day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The house had a way of making its presence known, the way the floor groaned under my steps, even when I was standing still, the way the air sometimes felt heavy. Watching. By the third night, I was exhausted. The noises hadn't stopped, but I was determined to ignore them until the smell started. It was faint at first, drifting through the house like something rotten left too long in the sun. It came and went, vanishing just when I thought I could track it down. By midnight, it was unbearable. I followed it downstairs, covered my nose with my sleeve. It was strongest in the living room, in the far corner near the old fireplace. The bricks were dark with soot, the metal grate rusted with age. Something told me I shouldn't look, but I did. I crouched down, running my fingers along the bricks. The set was thick here, cloying like something decayed. And then my fingers brushed against something loose. A brick, slightly out of place. I hesitated, my pulse hammering in my throat. Then I pulled it free. Behind it, in the hollow space of the wall, was a small leather-bound book, a journal. The pages were yellowed, the cover stained with something dark. And when I flipped it open, scrawled in jagged handwriting on the first page, was a name, Edwin Whitaker, the original owner of the house. And beneath it, in smaller, uneven letters, a single warning: do not read aloud. I stared at the words, my fingers tightening around the brittle pages. Do not read aloud. The warning was ridiculous, childish even, but something about it made my stomach twist. The name Edwin Whitaker was familiar. I had seen it before, listed as the original owner in the rental agreement. The landlord had glossed over the history, but now, with this book in my hands, I had the sinking feeling that there was more to the story than I had been told. The stench of rot clung to the air as I flipped through the pages. The handwriting was messy, frantic, as if written in a rush. The ink had bled in places, the words smudged. The first entry was dated March 12, 1903. I hesitated. Then, ignoring the warning, I began to read. March 12, 1903. Underscore, I have done something I cannot undo. Underscore. Underscore, the house is no longer mine alone. It watches me. It listens. At night, it moves. Underscore, March 15, 1903. Underscore, it started with the floorboards. I heard them creaking when I was alone. At first, I thought it was just the wood settling, but then I felt it. Something standing behind me, breathing. Underscore, March 17, 1903. Underscore, the door to the basement will not stay locked. Underscore, underscore, no matter how many times I bolt it shut by morning, it is always open. Underscore, I swallowed hard. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled as I turned the page. March 20th, 1903. Underscore, I should have never opened the door. Underscore, underscore, I should have never spoken the words. Underscore, underscore, it moves through the house now, whispering my name. I see its shadow in the corners, stretched too long, too thin. It is not human. It was never human. Underscore, underscore, I try to leave. Underscore, underscore, it will not let me. Underscore, a sharp knock at the front door made me jolt. I snapped the book shut, my pulse slamming in my ears. Who the hell would be at my door this late? For a moment, I considered ignoring it, but then the knock came again, louder, more insistent. I placed the journal on the coffee table and made my way to the door, my steps slow, uncertain. Through the peephole, I saw Mrs. Callahan. Her face was tight, her lips pressed into a thin line. I hesitated before unlocking the door. Mrs. Callahan? She didn't greet me. didn't waste time with pleasantries. Her eyes flicked past me into the house, as if expecting something to be standing behind me. You found it, didn't you? A chill ran down my spine. What? The journal? She exhaled sharply, shaking her head. You shouldn't have read it. My mouth went dry. How do you know about that? I knew the man who lived here before you. He found it too. The house groaned around us, a deep, settling sound that sent ice crawling through my veins. What happened to him? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She looked at me for a long moment, then said, He ran. I glanced back at the journal on the table. Then, in a voice so low I almost didn't hear it, she added, But it followed. The silence between us stretched, thick and suffocating. Mrs. Callahan's words echoed in my head. He ran, but it followed. I gripped the edge of the door, my knuckles white. Followed. I repeated, my voice barely above a whisper. Her gaze flicked past me again, into the dim interior of my house. She hesitated, as if debating whether to say more. Finally, she sighed, lowering her voice. Listen to me, she said. I don't know exactly what's in that house, but I know it's not right. You need to leave before. A loud bang from inside cut her off. I flinched, my breath catching in my throat. It had come from the living room, the coffee table, the journal. Mrs. Callahan took a step back from the doorway, shaking her head. It knows, she muttered. It always knows. I turned to look at the living room, my stomach twisting. The book was no longer where I had left it. It had moved. It was now open, splayed out on the floor several feet away from the coffee table. I hadn't touched it. A slow, cold dread crept through me. Mrs. Callahan took another step back. Burn it, she said. Burn the book and get out while you still can. I turned back to her, heart hammering. Wait, what happened to the last guy? Where did he go? She shook her head. I don't know. He left in the middle of the night. His car was still in the driveway. He just disappeared. The house creaked behind me, a sound like someone shifting their weight on the old floorboards. I swallowed hard. Mrs. Callahan's eyes darkened. You think I'm crazy, don't you? I didn't answer. She let out a dry, humorless laugh. Suit yourself. Then, before I could stop her, she turned and walked away, disappearing into the night. I stood frozen in the doorway, staring after her. A sharp gust of wind blew through the trees, rattling the dead branches like bones. Then, another noise behind me. A whisper. My name. My blood turned to ice. I spun around, but the house was empty. The only thing out of place was a journal, still lying on the floor, its pages fluttering slightly as if something unseen had just touched them. I forced myself to move, to step back inside and lock the door behind me. I picked up the journal with shaking hands. The pages were open to a new entry, one I hadn't turned to. March 25th, 1903. It knows when you speak of it. It listens, and now it knows your name. I slammed the journal shut, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My hands were clammy, shaking. It knows your name. I forced a laugh, dry and humorless. This was ridiculous. It had to be. Maybe I had turned to that page without realizing it. Maybe the wind from the slightly cracked window had fluttered the pages open. That was logical. That made sense. But deep down, something in my gut twisted, whispering. You know that's not what happened. The house was silent now. Too silent. I exhaled and rubbed my face. This was just paranoia, a trick of the mind. I had been primed to feel uneasy. Mrs. Callahan's warnings, a journal, the creaking noises. My brain was piecing together a horror story where there wasn't one. It's just an old house, I told myself. Old houses make noise. Old floorboards shift. Old books hold strange, forgotten stories. Asterisk, asterisk. I just needed sleep. I set the journal back on the table, this time making sure it was securely closed. Then I walked to the window and pulled it shut, making certain no breeze could move the pages again. The silence stretched. I turned off the lights and headed toward my bedroom. But as I passed the basement door, a wave of nausea rolled over me. I stopped, The door was ajar, a crack just barely open. My pulse stuttered. I knew I hadn't opened it. I had barely even looked at it since moving in. Slowly, cautiously, I stepped forward. The wood was warped and old, the brass handle tarnished. It looked as if it hadn't been touched in years. I placed my palm against the door and pushed. It resisted at first, then gave way with a long, slow groan, revealing a steep set of wooden steps descending into complete darkness. The smell hit me instantly. Damp, earthy, but underneath it, something else, something rotting. A chill slithered up my spine. A rational person would have shut the door, locked it, and gone straight to bed. But I wasn't feeling rational. I took a step forward. The air grew colder with each step I took, thick and heavy. I reached for the light switch on the wall, but when I flipped it, nothing happened. The basement remained a yawning black pit. I hesitated. I could turn back. I could leave the mystery alone. But something gnawed at me, a whispering thought that if I didn't go down now, I never would. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating wooden support beams, rusted pipes, and piles of forgotten junk covered in dust. And then, a shape at the far end of the basement, partially hidden behind an old bookshelf, stood a door. My breath hitched. It wasn't like the basement door upstairs. This one was different. The wood was darker, almost black, with strange carvings etched into the surface. Symbols I didn't recognize. I stepped closer, my pulse roaring in my ears. The doorknob was iron, old-fashioned. My fingers hovered over it. A part of me screamed, "Don't." But before I could decide, something changed. The air shifted. A soft, nearly imperceptible whisper curled through the basement. A voice, low, murmuring. My name. I staggered back, my phone shaking my grip. The whispering grew louder, overlapping, voices layering upon voices, rising in urgency. Then, a loud, sudden knock on the basement door. Not the strange one in front of me, the one at the top of the stairs. I turned so fast, I nearly dropped my phone. My breath strangled in my throat. Something was on the other side, knocking, slow, deliberate. Knock, knock, then silence. I didn't move. My entire body was frozen, caught between the basement's depth and the unseen thing beyond the door at the top of the stairs. Then the knob began to turn. I ran. I didn't think. I just sprinted, stumbling up the stairs, slamming into the door with my full weight. I twisted the knob, yanking it open, my heart hammering like a drum. I tumbled through, gasping, and slammed the door shut behind me. Silence. The house was still. No footsteps. No breathing. Just a faint sound of my own pulse roaring in my ears. I locked the basement door. Then, for good measure, I grabbed a chair and wedged it under the handle. I stepped back, trying to calm my racing thoughts. And then ever so softly, a knock from the other side. I turned and ran to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. But as I crawled into bed, pulling the covers tight around me, one final thought gripped my mind. The journal had said something. The basement door will not stay locked. I squeezed my eyes shut. Somehow, I knew the chair wouldn't hold. I barely slept. Every creak of the house, every shift in the air sent my heart racing. I lay stiff beneath the blankets, my ears straining for the sound of movement. For hours, there was nothing. But just before dawn, I heard it, the chair scraping against the floor. I didn't move. I couldn't. I gripped the blanket so tightly my knuckles ached. My breath came in shallow, quiet gasps. Then, ever so softly, the basement door creaked open. I bit my lip, so hard I tasted blood. Slow, careful footsteps moved through the hallway. Not hurried, not heavy, just a steady, patient tread, like someone taking their time. My bedroom door was locked, but at that moment, I wasn't sure if a simple lock would be enough. The footsteps stopped, right outside my door. I stopped breathing. Seconds passed, maybe minutes. Then a whisper, not words, just a sound, low, almost amused. A long, slow exhale. Then the footsteps retreated. The basement door groaned as it swung shut. The chair scraped again. And then silence. I didn't move until daylight flooded through my curtains. When I finally worked up the courage, I forced myself out of bed, my body sore from tension. The air in the house felt different. Lighter, almost. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe I had been half asleep, my mind twisting normal sounds into something sinister. Maybe, but when I stepped into the hallway, my stomach twisted into a knot. The chair was still wedged under the basement door handle. Yet somehow, the door was unlocked. I didn't go to work that day. Instead, I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, staring at the basement door, trying to make sense of what had happened. I needed answers. The journal. I grabbed it from where I had left it in the living room and flipped through the pages, looking for something, anything, that could explain what was happening. Halfway through, I found an entry that made my blood run cold. Asterisk. I locked the basement door. I used chains, nails, everything I could think of. It doesn't matter. It always opens again. It wants to be open. It wants someone to listen. Asterisk. I slammed the book shut. No, I wasn't playing this game. I grabbed my phone and called my landlord. Voicemail. I called again. And again, nothing. I tried looking up property records, anything about the house's history, but there wasn't much. Just old listings, no real details. Then I remembered Mrs. Callahan. I grabbed my keys and left the house. She opened the door as soon as I knocked, as if she had been waiting. Her sharp eyes studied me for a long moment. "You heard it, didn't you?" she asked. I swallowed hard. "What do you know about this house?" She sighed and motioned for me to come inside. Her home was warm, filled with a scent of cinnamon and old books. It was a stark contrast to the heavy, suffocating atmosphere of my own house. She gestured for me to sit. "What did you hear?" I hesitated. I didn't want to sound crazy, but then I said it. The basement door unlocked itself. Mrs. Callahan's face paled. "You need to leave," she said immediately. "You need to leave that house and never go back." I leaned forward. "Tell me why." She exhaled slowly, gathering her thoughts. Then she spoke. "The original owner, he wasn't normal." My fingers tightened around my coffee mug. "What do you mean?" She hesitated, then lowered her voice. "He practiced things, dark things. He was obsessed with communication." I frowned. Communication with what? She looked at me, her expression grave. "The kind of things that don't belong here." A chill crept up my spine. She continued. "He kept to himself, but people heard things. Chanting. Strange noises at night. And then, one day, he disappeared. Just vanished. No body. No sign of where he went. The only thing left behind was that house." I swallowed hard. "What happened to the people who moved in after him?" Mrs. Callahan's gaze darkened. "They never stayed long." A heavy silence settled between us. Then she leaned in. "Did you read it?" she whispered. I hesitated. "The journal," she pressed. "Did you read it out loud?" My blood turned to ice. No, I hadn't, but I had read some of it aloud. The part where it mentioned my name. She must have seen the look on my face, because she let out a quiet curse. "You need to leave," she said again, her voice urgent. But the problem was, I wasn't sure I could. I didn't go back right away. Mrs. Callahan's warning rang in my ears. "You need to leave." But leaving wasn't that simple. I had a lease, a job, a life that I had just started to settle into. And despite everything, the sounds, the whispers, the door unlocking itself, I still clung to the hope that there was a logical explanation. Maybe I had read too many horror stories. Maybe I was sleep deprived. Maybe I was losing my mind. But as the afternoon stretched into evening, I realized something. I couldn't avoid going home forever. So, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, I drove back. The house felt wrong the moment I stepped inside. The air was stale, thick. It smelled of dust, old wood, and something faintly metallic. I checked the basement door first. Still shut. The chair was exactly where I had left it. For the first time in what felt like days, I exhaled. Maybe Mrs. Callahan had just scared me. Maybe. Then I saw the footprints. Dirt, smudged on the wooden floor, leading from the basement door to my bedroom. Asterisk, asterisk. A cold wave of dread crashed over me. Someone had been inside. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a metal fireplace poker, and moved carefully toward my room. The door was open, just a crack. I pushed it wider, my heart hammering. Empty, but the smell was stronger here. Asterisk, asterisk, like damp earth. Asterisk, asterisk. I stepped inside. My sheets were rumpled, as if someone had sat on my bed. No, not someone. Something. I backed away, my breath coming fast and shallow. Then I heard it, scratching, not in the walls, not under the bed, from inside the closet. A slow, deliberate scraping, like nails against wood. I gripped the poker, so tightly my fingers ached. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I had to know. I reached for the closet door. The scratching stopped. A single breath of silence. Then the door flew open. A blast of freezing air hit me as something lurched forward. I didn't see it, not fully. Just a shape, dark and shifting, impossibly tall, impossibly thin. A shadow that shouldn't have been there, stretching, curling toward me like smoke. I stumbled back, crashing into my dresser. My vision blurred, my body locked in place as something cold brushed my arm. And then, asterisk, asterisk, a voice, asterisk, asterisk, low, guttural, whispering something I didn't understand. No, not whispering, repeating, over and over, the same phrase, in a language I had never heard before. And then, it stopped. The shadow pulled back, retreating into the closet as if it had never been there. The door slammed shut. The air in the room lightened, the crushing weight lifting off my chest. I gasped, sucking in a deep breath, my lungs burning. The house was silent again. But I knew I wasn't alone here, and I never had been. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room, the journal in my lap, flipping through its pages with shaking fingers. There had to be something, some explanation, some way to stop this. Then I found it. A passage, written in frantic, uneven handwriting. Asterisk, it speaks in the night. It waits. It listens. I thought it was a ghost, but it is older than that, older than this house. It does not haunt this place. It lives in it. It was here before the walls, before the wood, before the foundation was even laid. It is not trapped. It is not a visitor. It is home. Asterisk. My stomach twisted. I flipped another page. Asterisk. I made a mistake. I read the words. I invited it to listen, and now it will never leave me. Asterisk. My hands went numb. I had read the words. Out loud. Had I invited it in? The final line on the page sent ice through my veins. Asterisk. The last person who lived here tried to run. It let him leave, but it followed. Asterisk. A shudder ran through me. I had thought I could just move out, pack a bag, break my lease, get as far away from this place as possible. But what if that wasn't enough? What if it followed? I turned another page, and that's when I found something even worse. A new entry, written in my own handwriting. I hadn't written it. I knew I hadn't. But there it was. Just 5 words. I hear you. I'm listening. I don't remember writing those words. But there they were, staring back at me from the yellowed pages of the journal. The ink looked fresh, the strokes jagged and rushed. Asterisk, asterisk, like someone had written them in a hurry. Asterisk, asterisk. I ran my fingers over the text, half expecting it to smudge, to prove that it wasn't real. But the ink had dried. My ink. My handwriting. I hear you. I'm listening. Asterisk, asterisk. A slow, creeping dread settled into my bones. Had I written in my sleep? Had my mind fractured under the weight of exhaustion and fear? Or had something else written it? I snapped the journal shut and forced myself to take slow, deep breaths. Panic wouldn't help me. Think. I had 2 choices. Stay and fight, or leave and risk taking whatever this was with me. Neither option felt safe. I stood up, feeling the weight of the house pressing in around me. The air felt heavier than before, charged, like the silence before a thunderstorm. And then, a soft creak. From the hallway, my heart lurched into my throat. I turned my head slowly, afraid of what I'd see. The hallway was empty, but the light bulb in the ceiling flickered. Once, twice, then it buzzed and went out. Darkness. I reached for my phone, fumbling to turn on the flashlight. The narrow beam cut through the pitch black, landing on the hallway floor. I froze. The footprints were back. But these weren't like the ones I had seen before. These were wet, dark, damp imprints leading from the basement door to where I stood. My breath hitched. I lifted the flashlight higher. The basement door was open, wide open. I swallowed hard, every instinct screaming at me to run. But something was wrong. The darkness beyond the doorway wasn't normal. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was deep, hollow, like looking into a place that shouldn't exist. And in that darkness, something moved. Not a person, not an animal. Something else. Something shifting, slow and deliberate. Its outline barely visible in the inky blackness. Then, a voice, low, croaking, whispering my name. A hand, asterisk, asterisk long, bony, too many joints, reached out from the dark. Asterisk, asterisk. My body reacted before my brain could. I turned and ran. I didn't stop to grab my things. I didn't even stop to lock the door. I just ran out of the house, onto the empty street, gasping for air. The neighborhood was silent. The sky stretched endlessly above me, cold and indifferent. For the first time in days, I felt safe. But then, a sound, soft, almost gentle. I turned back toward the house. The door was shutting itself, slowly, deliberately, and just before it clicked into place, I heard it, a whisper, coming from inside. I'm listening to... Asterisk. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my car, parked 3 houses down from the old place, watching it like a wounded animal watches a predator. The house loomed in the darkness, its windows black and empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something inside was awake, watching, waiting, asterisk, asterisk. I could still hear that voice, soft and intimate, curling around my name like a secret. Asterisk, I'm listening to. Asterisk, the words replayed in my head like a broken record. I should have left, driven away, never looked back. But I couldn't, not yet. I needed to understand what was happening. I needed to know why this thing had chosen me. And more than that, I needed to know if it could follow me. As dawn crept over the horizon, I forced myself to act normal. I drove to a diner on the edge of town, ordered coffee, and sat by the window, staring at my hands. They were shaking. I barely heard the waitress when she asked if I wanted anything else. I barely noticed the other customers, the sound of plates clinking, the radio murmuring in the background. But then, I heard it, faint, almost drowned out by the noise of the diner. A whisper, asterisk, I'm listening to. Asterisk, my breath hitched. I turned sharply, scanning the room. No one was looking at me. No one was whispering. But I knew it hadn't been my imagination. It had followed me. The thought sent ice down my spine. This thing, asterisk, asterisk, whatever was asterisk, asterisk, wasn't bound to house. It was bound to me. I left money on the table and bolted for the door, my mind racing. What was I supposed to do now? Where could I go where it wouldn't follow? I needed answers. That's how I found myself back at the town's tiny public library, poring over old newspapers, hunting for anything about the house's history. And after hours of searching, I found it. An article from 1952. A name. The disappearance of Dr. Ezra Gable. The photo was grainy, but I could make out his features. A tall, gaunt man with deep-set eyes and a thin-lipped smile. The article described him as a reclusive scholar, obsessed with the science of the unseen. Rumors spread that he conducted rituals in the house, claiming he had learned how to listen beyond the veil. Then one night, he vanished. The last thing his neighbors heard was his voice, whispering to someone who wasn't there. My stomach twisted. I thought of the journal I had found in the basement. Asterisk, I hear you. I'm listening. Asterisk. Had I been answering him? I slammed the book shut and stood, my pulse hammering. I needed to go back. I didn't want to, but I had to, because if I had somehow opened the door, if I had answered him, then maybe I could close it. That night, I stood on my porch, staring at the house. The windows were dark. The door was shut, but I knew it was waiting for me. Taking a shaky breath, I stepped inside. The air was heavy, thick with an unnatural silence. I moved toward the basement door, heart pounding, and then a whisper right behind me. Asterisk, I knew you'd come back. Asterisk, the lights flickered violently. The floorboards groaned beneath me, like the house was breathing. And then I felt it, a presence, standing just behind me, close enough to touch. I turned, my breath frozen in my throat. There was nothing there, but the house was no longer empty. Something else was here now, something listening. I slammed the journal shut. My hands were shaking. My breath was uneven. Asterisk, you already let me in. Asterisk, the words burned into my mind like a brand. I wanted to believe this was some cruel trick, some elaborate nightmare. But deep down, I knew better. I had answered it. The voice in static, the whispers in the walls, the thing that watched me in the dark. And now, it wasn't just in the house. It was in me. I stumbled back, feeling like the walls were closing in. I needed to leave. Asterisk, asterisk now. Asterisk, asterisk. I grabbed my keys and ran to the front door. But the moment I reached for the handle, the lights flickered. The air turned heavy, thick like molasses, pressing against my chest. A low hum vibrated through the walls, deep and rhythmic, like something breathing. Then, the front door swung open on its own. The cold night air hit me like a slap, but I didn't question it. I bolted outside, down the porch steps, and into my car. My fingers fumbled with the keys. My vision swam with panic. Finally, the engine roared to life, and I peeled out of the driveway, not daring to look back. I drove aimlessly, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. But then, a whisper from the back seat. Asterisk, where are we going? Asterisk, my stomach dropped. I slammed on the brakes. The car skidded to a stop in the middle of an empty road, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Slowly, I turned around. No one was there. The back seat was empty, but the air inside the car felt wrong. Charged, heavy, polluted, asterisk, asterisk, like something had been sitting there a moment ago. I clenched the steering wheel, forcing myself to breathe. I couldn't outrun this. I had to face it. I needed to finish what Ezra Gable started. The library was closed by the time I arrived, but I didn't care. I sat outside in my car, using my phone's weak signal to dig deeper into the town's archives. And that's when I found it, an old property ledger from the 1800s, before Ezra Gable, before the house was even built. The land had belonged to a man named Felix Rowan, a name I recognized because it was scrawled inside the journal I had found in the basement. I scrolled further. Felix Rowan was a spiritualist, a self-proclaimed medium who had been obsessed with the dead. He believed he had found a way to communicate with something beyond the veil. Not ghosts, not spirits, asterisk, asterisk, something older. And then one day he vanished, gone without a trace. His house was burned to ground. And decades later, Ezra Gable built his house on the exact same land. The pieces were falling into place. Ezra had found something Rowan left behind, something that should have stayed buried. I needed to know more, and I knew exactly where to look. I returned to the house just before dawn. Every instinct screamed at me to stay away, but I stepped inside anyway. The house welcomed me. The floorboards didn't creak beneath my feet. The air wasn't cold. It was waiting. The basement door stood open. The journal sat where I had left it, but the pages were different. The words had rearranged themselves. A new message, written just for me. You are the last one. Finish the ritual. My pulse thundered in my ears. The basement light flickered violently. And then, from behind me, a voice, not a whisper this time, a deep guttural rasp. Asterisk, let me in. Asterisk. The lights exploded. The darkness swallowed me whole. Darkness. A thick, suffocating void. I wasn't alone. I could feel it. Something breathing in the black, just inches from my face. The air was thick, humming, alive. Then, asterisk, asterisk, a whisper. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, you open the door. You have to finish it. Asterisk, a hand. Asterisk, asterisk, ice-cold fingers, asterisk, asterisk, brushed against my arm. I recoiled, scrambling backward, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Light flashed for a split second, just long enough for me to see the thing standing in front of me. It wasn't human. It had a shape, asterisk, asterisk, body, a face, asterisk, asterisk, but it was raw, distorted, stretched. And then it lunged. I hit the ground hard, pain shooting through my spine as the thing crawled over me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. It leaned in, its face inches from mine. Asterisk, asterisk, eyes like bottomless pits, a mouth too wide, grinning. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, you let me in. Asterisk. The house trembled. The walls groaned as if something massive was pressing against them. The hum in the air grew louder, building to an unbearable pitch. Then, silence. The weight lifted. I gasped, rolling onto my hands and knees, my limbs trembling. The thing was gone, but the house wasn't empty. I could feel in the walls, the pulse of something alive. Watching, waiting, the journal lay open on the ground beside me. The words had changed again. Bury it before it buries you. I knew what I had to do. I moved quickly, shoveling dirt, my hands raw, my breath misting in the cold air. The sun was beginning to rise, but it brought no warmth. The earth was wrong beneath me, too soft, like something had been buried and dug up too many times before. I placed the journal in the hole. Then, the box I found in the walls. Asterisk, asterisk, the one with Ezra's old belongings. Asterisk, asterisk. Something in my gut told me it wasn't just objects inside. It was him, pieces of him, still trapped, still feeding whatever haunted this place. I covered everything, shoveling dirt back into the hole, ignoring the way the ground shuddered beneath my feet. Then, I spoke the words I had seen in the journal, the ones that had been scrawled in Ezra's desperate, shaking hand. You cannot have me. You cannot have this place. The wind picked up, a sudden violent gust, howling around me like a scream. The house groaned, and then it stopped. The air felt lighter. The pressure was gone. The thing in the walls, in the dark, in my head. Asterisk, asterisk, it was gone. Asterisk, asterisk. I didn't wait to question it. I went inside, grabbed my things, and walked out the front door without looking back. I never went back to that house. I didn't sell it. I didn't warn anyone. I just left. But sometimes at night, I wake up and feel again that cold breath on my skin, that whisper in the dark. You let me in. And I wonder, did I really bury it? Or is it just waiting? Waiting for the next door to open. Waiting for the next person to let it in. Story 2. I never wanted to move into that house. It wasn't just appealing wallpaper or the way that would groan beneath my feet. It was something deeper, something I couldn't quite name, but I needed a fresh start. After my divorce, I found myself with nothing but a few boxes of belongings and an overwhelming silence that filled every room I stayed in. When I found the listing for the old Victorian house on the outskirts of town, it felt like fate. The rent was cheap, suspiciously so, but I didn't care. I needed a place to call my own, somewhere to rebuild my life, no matter how worn or creaky it was. The first time I stepped inside, the air felt thick, like the house had been holding its breath for years. Dust motes floated lazily in the sunlight filtering through lace curtains. The realtor, a tired-looking woman named Miss Holloway, gave me a quick, perfunctory tour. It's been empty for a while, she said, jingling the keys in her hand. Last tenant left in a hurry. I raised an eyebrow. Why? She hesitated. People say the house has history. Some folks hear things at night, but an old house like this, it's bound to have creaks and groans. She gave a tight smile. You get used to it. I wasn't superstitious. Wood settles, pipes rattle, old houses make noise. I signed the lease that afternoon. The first few days were uneventful. I unpacked, arranged my furniture, and tried to settle into a routine. I spent my mornings drinking coffee on the small porch, listening to birdsong. Evenings were spent curled up on the couch, reading or watching late-night television. For the first time in months, I felt something close to peace. It wasn't until the third night that I heard it. At first, it was faint, a soft shuffling sound, like someone moving in the hallway outside my bedroom. I told myself it was a house adjusting to the night air, nothing more. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that, a steady, deliberate pacing, back and forth, right outside my door. I told myself it was my imagination. Maybe I was still getting used to the house. Maybe I had brought my loneliness with me, shaping it into sounds in the dark. But then there was the smell. It started subtly, a faint, cloying scent that drifted through the house. Sweet but rancid, like flowers left to rot in a vase. It came and went, impossible to trace. Some nights, it was strong enough to wake me up, my throat tight, stomach twisting. But by morning, it would be gone. One afternoon, while I was bringing in groceries, I met my neighbor, an older man named Walter. He stood by the fence, watching me with a look I couldn't quite place. "You're the new tenant," he said, not a question. I nodded. "Yeah, just moved in." Walter took a slow drag from a cigarette. "You sleep okay in there?" I frowned. "What do you mean?" He exhaled, smoke curling in the air. "People don't stay in that house long. Last guy ran out in the middle of the night. Didn't even come back for his stuff." A chill crawled up my spine. "Why?" Walter shrugged, said he heard things, saw shadows moving where there shouldn't be any, kept talking about something in the walls. He gave me a long, measuring look. "House don't like to be empty." I forced a laugh. "It's just an old place. Old places have stories." Walter didn't smile. "Maybe." He tapped the ash from a cigarette. "But sometimes stories are true." That night, I locked my bedroom door. And then, just past midnight, the footsteps started again. This time, they didn't stop. Back and forth, right outside my door. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my breath slow and measured, trying to convince myself that the steady pacing outside my door was nothing more than the house settling. But it wasn't. This time, the footsteps weren't just faint noises in the distance. They were heavy, deliberate, like someone, or something, was walking with purpose. The boards creaked under the weight, and I could hear each individual step pressing into the floor. I told myself it was my imagination, but my body refused to believe it. My pulse thundered in my ears. My fingers gripped the blanket so tightly they ached. I don't know how long I lay there, frozen. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours. The sound didn't stop. It moved slowly, methodically, as if whatever was outside my door wanted me to know it was there. Then, without warning, silence. The footsteps stopped. I waited, barely breathing, my ears strained in the dark. I could still feel the pressure of something just beyond the door, something waiting. The air was thick, heavy with that same sickly sweet, rotting scent that had been coming and going all week. And then a new sound, a soft, scratching noise, like fingernails against wood. I sat up so fast, I nearly knocked over the lamp on my nightstand. The scratching was slow at first, almost hesitant, then faster, more urgent. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached for my phone, my hand shaking. The scratching stopped. I didn't move. Then, a knock. A single, sharp knock against the wood of my bedroom door. I scrambled backward, pressing myself against the headboard, my breath coming in short gasps. My mind raced through every logical explanation I could think of. A loose board shifting, an animal in the walls, a branch tapping against the house. But none of those explanations accounted for the knock. I sat there waiting. Nothing else happened. After what felt like hours, I finally worked up the nerve to move. My legs were stiff as I climbed out of bed, the floor icy beneath my bare feet. I crept toward the door, each step careful, hesitant. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. I hesitated. Then, with a deep breath, I turned the handle and pulled the door open. The hallway was empty. The old wooden floor stretched out before me, bathed in the dim glow of the street lamp outside. I swallowed hard, stepping into the hallway. The air was colder out here, a deep, unnatural chill that prickled against my skin. Something was wrong. I checked every room. The bathroom, the small study, the staircase leading down to the darkened living room. Nothing, but the feeling didn't leave. That awful, crawling sensation of being watched. I finally retreated back to my room, shutting the door behind me and locking it. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I found something strange. Near the bottom of my bedroom door, just above the floor, scratch marks. Long, jagged lines carved into the wood, as if something had been trying to get in. I returned home just before sunset, my mind tangled in Walter's words. The house was waiting. I shook the thought away as I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The air was thick, still carrying that faint, rotten sweetness. I hesitated before closing the door behind me, listening. Silence, just the way I left it. I set my keys on the kitchen counter and tried to convince myself that everything Walter had said was just small-town folklore. But deep down, I knew better. I had heard it, felt it, and those scratches on my door, those were real. I spent the evening trying to ignore my paranoia, busy myself with unpacking the last of my boxes. As I was sorting through my books, I noticed something odd. The air in the room had changed. It wasn't just the temperature, it was the pressure, like the weight of the house had shifted. Then a sound, a whisper, so faint I almost missed it. My stomach clenched as I turned my head toward the doorway. The hall beyond was dark, empty, but I knew what I had heard. I swallowed hard. Hello. No answer. I stood there, gripping the edge of the bookshelf, every muscle in my body tensed. And then, a knock. The same, deliberate knock as before. Only this time, it wasn't on my bedroom door. It came from downstairs. I forced my legs to move, creeping toward the staircase. The house groaned around me as I descended, my breath shallow. When I reached the bottom step, I froze. The front door was wide open. The icy wind rushed in, making the curtains sway gently, as if something had just passed through. I had locked it. I was sure I had locked it. I stood motionless, listening. The quiet was unbearable, stretching out until the silence itself felt like it was breathing. Then, footsteps, not from inside the house, from the porch. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving across the wooden boards outside. I backed up, my pulse hammering against my ribs. The sound stopped just beyond the threshold. I reached out, my hand trembling, and pushed the door shut. The lock clicked into place. I stood there, heart pounding, staring at the wood as if expecting something to slam against it. Nothing happened. For a long time, I didn't move. Eventually, I forced myself to turn away, my entire body on edge. But just as I stepped into the hallway, something made my blood run cold. The scent, that sickly sweet rot. But it wasn't coming from the door. It was coming from the staircase. I turned slowly, my breath caught in my throat. There on the steps, a single blackened footprint, pressed deep into the wood, still wet, and leading upstairs. I couldn't move. The footprint on the stairs was fresh, glistening in the dim light. The air was thick with that rotting sweetness, so strong now that it clung to the back of my throat. Someone or something had been inside, and it had gone upstairs. My mind screamed at me to run, to get out of the house and never come back. But my body wouldn't listen. My feet felt rooted to the floor, my breath shallow and unsteady. I forced myself to think rationally. Maybe I had tracked something in earlier without noticing. Maybe a pipe had burst, leaving some kind of stain. But I knew better. The footprint wasn't water. It wasn't mud. It was something darker, thicker, something that shouldn't be there. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. I needed to see. I needed to know. Slowly, I climbed the stairs. Each step creaked beneath my weight, the sound stretching through the silence. The footprint smeared slightly as I moved past it. its edges blurred like whatever had made it hadn't been fully solid. I reached the top landing and hesitated. The hallway stretched before me, dark and still. My bedroom door was shut, but the door to the spare room, the one I barely used, was open. It had been closed when I left. I knew that for a fact. I forced myself forward, step by step, until I reached the doorway. The room was empty. At least, that's what I told myself at first. Then I saw the journal. It sat on the old wooden desk against the wall, covered in a fine layer of dust. I hadn't put it there. It hadn't been there before. I stepped inside, the floor groaning beneath me. The air felt wrong, heavier somehow. The sickly sweet scent was stronger here, seeping from the walls, from the floor, from the very bones of the house. I reached for the journal with hesitant fingers, brushing the dust away. The cover was cracked leather, brittle with age. The edges of the pages were yellowed, curling at the corners. A name was etched into the front in faded, slanted handwriting. Elias Grayson, the original owner. A shiver ran through me, but I forced myself to open it. The pages crackled as I turned to the first entry, my eyes scanning the words. At first, it seemed normal. Notes about the house, plans for renovations. But as I flipped through, the entries grew stranger. March 3rd, 1896 ***, I hear them at night, whispering just beyond the walls. They say my name, ***. March 10th, 1896 ***, it is not my imagination. Something lingers here. I feel it watching me, waiting. March 15th, 1896 ***, the door knocked 3 times last night. When I opened it, there was no one there, but I could smell it. The rot. It is getting stronger. ***. My fingers tighten on the pages. He had experienced the same things. The knocking, the smell, the presence. I turned another page, but the next entry made my stomach twist. March 21st, 1896 ***, I let it in. The ink was smudged, as if the writer's hand had been unsteady. My pulse pounded as I flipped forward. The rest of the entries were different, scrawled, frantic, the words barely legible. It is inside now. It is hungry. It will not let me leave. The last page wasn't written in ink. It was smeared in something dark, something rust-colored, something that looked like blood. I dropped the journal, my breath coming in sharp gasps. The room suddenly felt smaller, the walls pressing in. The silence was too deep, too expectant. Then, a creak, not from me, from behind me. I turned, heart slamming against my ribs. The doorway was empty, but the light in the hall had changed. A shadow stretched across the floor, long motionless. Not mine. Something was standing just out of sight, and it was waiting for me to see it. I couldn't breathe. The shadow on the floor was long and still, stretching from the hallway into the room, like ink spilled across the wood. My pulse hammered in my ears as I stood frozen, my back to the desk, the old journal lying open at my feet. Something was standing just beyond the doorway, watching me. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to move. Slowly, I leaned forward, just enough to peer out into the hall. Empty. The light from the single flickering bulb cast uneven shadows against the walls, but there was nothing there. No one standing in the doorway, but the shadow remained, long stretched unnaturally. And then, it moved, not like a shift in the light, not like something outside had passed over a window. It pulled back, like something had stepped away. I lurched away from the door, my stomach twisting in cold knots. My breath came in short, sharp bursts as I pressed myself against the desk. The room felt suddenly smaller, suffocating. I needed to get out of there. I reached down and grabbed the journal with shaking hands, shoving it under my arm before bolting out of the room. The hallway seemed longer than before, stretching into the dark. The sickly sweet rot lingered thick in the air, pressing against my skin like damp heat. I forced myself forward, each step heavier than the last. Every hair on my body stood on end, an unshakable feeling creeping into my bones. I wasn't alone. I could feel it. I reached the top of the stairs and hesitated. The house was silent. The kind of silence that wasn't empty, but full, waiting. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to descend, gripping the banister so tight my knuckles ached. Step by step, I moved down, my ears straining for the smallest sound. I was halfway down when the first knock came. A single, deliberate rap against wood. I stopped cold, my breath caught in my throat. Then another, and another. 3 knocks, the same as before. But this time, it wasn't at the front door. It was inside the house. Somewhere below me, my grip tightened on the banister as I scanned the shadows, my pulse hammering against my ribs. The living room was dark, the kitchen empty. Then, a creak, a slow, deliberate shift of weight on old wood from the basement. I turned my head just enough to see the door at the end of the hall. It was open, just a crack. I knew, asterisk, asterisk, new asterisk, asterisk. I had left it closed. But now, a thin sliver of darkness stretched beyond it, deep and yawning. The scent of rot seeped out, heavier than before. Something had come up from below, and it was waiting. I should have run. I should have turned and bolted out of that house. Never looked back. But something inside me, something cold and sinking, kept me rooted to the spot. I had to see. I had to know. Slowly, I moved toward the basement door. The wood was damp beneath my fingers as I pushed it open, the hinges groaning in protest. The darkness beyond was thick. Clinging to the edges of the dim light spilling from the hallway, I took a step forward. Then another. The air grew colder with each step, the walls narrowing around me. The wooden stairs creaked beneath my weight as I descended. Halfway down, I stopped. The scent was overwhelming now, curling around me in thick, rotting waves. The darkness seemed alive, shifting just beyond my reach. And then, a breath, not mine, slow, ragged, just below me. Something moved in the dark. A shape, tall, thin, standing at the bottom of the stairs. I couldn't see its face. Couldn't see anything but the outline of it. Long fingers curled against a railing, head tilted just slightly, like it was listening. I tried to step back, but my foot hit something. I glanced down, and my stomach dropped. A single wet footprint, right behind me. I couldn't scream. My breath hitched in my throat, my muscles locked in place. The footprint behind me was fresh, glistening in the dim light. Whatever had left it had been standing right there, close enough to touch me. And now, it wasn't. I turned my head, heart hammering so hard I thought my ribs might crack. The stairs behind me were empty. The hallway above was swallowed in darkness. But I knew I wasn't alone. A presence pressed against my back, unseen but suffocating. My skin prickled, the fine hairs on my arms rising as something cold curled against the nape of my neck. Breath, not mine. The sound was faint but unmistakable. A slow inhale, just over my shoulder. I ran. I didn't think. I just moved, lunging down the remaining steps toward the basement floor. My foot caught on something, sending me stumbling forward, hands scraping against the damp cement. I twisted around, scrambling back toward the stairs. But the door at the top was swinging shut, closing. On its own, I lunged forward, but before I could even take a step, bang, the door slammed shut. The basement was plunged into complete darkness. I froze, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The silence stretched, deep and waiting. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers slick with sweat. When the screen lit up, the faint glow barely cut through the black. But it was enough. Enough to see the footprints. Dozens of them, leading out from the shadows, coming straight toward me. I scrambled backward, my pulse hammering in my ears. The air was thick with that rotting, sickly sweet scent, wrapping around me like fingers digging into my skin. Then, a sound, low, raspy, a whisper, my name. I choked on a breath, my fingers shaking as I lifted my phone higher, the light cutting through the dark. And there, just beyond the reach of the glow, something moved. A figure, barely visible. The shape of it was wrong. Too tall, limbs too long. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle. Its skin was dark, slick, like something drenched in oil. And its eyes, Black. Empty. Hollow. Watching me. I tried to scream, but the sound stuck in my throat. The figure shifted, its body twitching as it took a step forward. Its foot landed with a wet slap against the concrete. Another step, and another. I turned and ran. My hand slammed against the basement door, fingers clawing at the wood. I pounded against it, my breath ragged. Let me out. Please, let me out. The footsteps behind me sped up. I could feel it, closing in, its breath cold and rancid, curling against my neck. I shoved my shoulder against the door with everything I had, and then the door burst open. I spilled forward onto the hallway floor, gasping for air. The warm light from the overhead bulb burned against my skin, too bright, too sharp. I scrambled up, heart pounding. I turned back. The basement was empty. The air was still. The scent of rot was fading. But the footprints, they were gone, as if they had never been there at all. I slammed the door shut, locking it with trembling fingers. My chest heaved, sweat soaking through my shirt. For a long moment, I just stood there, my back pressed against the door. My ears rang with silence, my body still shaking. And then, a single knock from the other side. I staggered away from the basement door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The knock had been soft, almost gentle, a mockery of something polite. I waited, my body rigid, every nerve screaming. Silence. Then, another knock, louder this time. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. My instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of this house and never look back. But something rooted me in place. A sickening curiosity, a voice in my head whispering, what if you open it? What if you look? Asterisk, asterisk. I clenched my fists, forcing my feet to move. I backed away, step by step, keeping my eyes locked on the door. A third knock. Harder. The sound echoed through the hallway, rattling the air like something heavy slamming against the wood. I bolted. I didn't care where I was running, just that I needed to get away. My feet pounded against the floor as I fled down the hall, past the darkened kitchen, past the empty living room. I reached the front door, fumbling with the locks. My fingers were slick with sweat, slipping uselessly against the cold metal. Behind me, the knocking stopped. A stillness settled over the house. Heavy, pressing, then a sound, soft, barely audible. Footsteps, coming up the basement stairs. My breath hitched, my vision blurred as I yanked at the lock, my hand shaking so hard I could barely grasp it. A click, the lock gave way. I grabbed the handle and threw the door open, stumbling onto the porch. Cold night air crashed over me, shocking my burning lungs. I turned to slam the door shut, but something was already there, standing just inside the house. A figure, tall, thin, unmoving, the same one I had seen in the basement. Only now it was closer, its head tilted slightly, almost curious. I couldn't see its face, just the void where its eyes should have been. A deep, empty blackness that swallowed everything. Then, slowly, it lifted one long, thin hand and pressed its palm against the inside of the door. I didn't think. I just slammed the door shut. I ran, down the porch steps, across the overgrown lawn, my breath a ragged sob in my chest. My car was parked on the curb, but I knew, asterisk, asterisk, I knew asterisk, asterisk. I wouldn't have time to reach it, because the house wasn't silent anymore. I could hear it, a slow, steady knocking, not from the basement, not from the front door, from every wall, a rhythmic tapping, as if the house itself was alive, waiting, calling me back. I turned, my stomach twisting in horror. Through the window, I saw it, standing in the living room now, closer, watching, and then it smiled. I didn't stop to see what would happen next. I ran. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands fumbled for the keys in my pocket, slick with sweat, shaking so violently I nearly dropped them. I could still hear it. The knocking, the slow, deliberate taps against the walls, the windows, the doors. I yanked the door open and threw myself inside, locking it immediately. My breath came in short, ragged gasps as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered. No, I twisted the key again, harder this time. Click, click, nothing. Asterisk, asterisk. A cold, creeping dread settled in my stomach. My car had never failed me before. It had no reason to. I looked up, my pulse hammering. The house loomed in front of me, dark and still. But I knew better. It was watching me. I forced my breathing to slow, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. Think. I needed to think. Sitting here, panicking, wasn't going to help. Then, in the rear-view mirror, a movement, something standing in the street. I turned my head too fast, my neck cramping for the motion. But there was nothing there, just the empty road stretching into darkness. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone. I needed to call someone. Anyone, the police, a neighbor, hell, even a tow truck, if it meant getting away from this place. But the screen was black, dead. I slammed my fist against the dashboard in frustration. Of course. Then, a tap against my window. I froze. It was soft, gentle, just a single tap. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The silence stretched. Then, another tap. I swallowed hard, my fingers twitching uselessly against the wheel. Slowly, I turned my head. Nothing, just the empty street. And yet, the window was fogging over, as if someone was standing right outside, breathing against the glass. I bolted. I threw the door open and stumbled out, my legs shaking beneath me. I didn't care about the car anymore. I just needed to get away. Away from the house. Away from whatever was waiting in the dark. The neighbor. The old man from next door. Asterisk, asterisk. Maybe he could help asterisk, asterisk. I sprinted across the street, nearly tripping over my own feet. His house was dark, but I didn't care. I pounded on the door, gasping for breath. Please, I choked out. Please, I need help. No answer. I knocked again, harder this time. Still nothing. A sick feeling twisted in my gut. The whole street was silent. No flickering porch lights. No distant hum of a television through a window. Like everything around me was waiting. And then, from behind me, a voice. Low. Wrong. Why did you come back? I turned so fast I nearly fell. The old man stood in his yard, half hidden by the shadows. But something was off. His posture was rigid, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. I don't understand, I stammered. I never... You should have left, he interrupted. His voice was flat, empty, my stomach twisted. The way he was looking at me, like he wasn't really seeing me, like something else was... I took a step back, my throat tight. I don't know what's happening. There's something in the house. I need help. The old man didn't blink, didn't move. Then, slowly, he lifted his arm and pointed. Not at me, at the house. My breath hitched. I turned my head, my heart slamming against my ribs. And in the upstairs window, something was standing there, watching, waiting, smiling. I couldn't move. I stood frozen in the neighbor's yard. My breath caught somewhere between a gasp and a sob. The thing in the window wasn't just looking at me. It was smiling, not a normal smile. Too wide, too wrong. I stumbled backward, my stomach twisting. What is that? I choked out. The old man didn't answer. He was still pointing at the house, his face expressionless, his body rigid. And then he turned and walked away. Just like that. He didn't say a word. Didn't look at me. Just turned and disappeared into his house, shutting the door behind him with a quiet, final click. I stood there, shaking, staring at his darkened windows, waiting for him to come back out to say something, but he didn't, and I was alone. A sharp gust of wind whipped through the street, rattling dead leaves along the pavement. The air felt thicker, heavier, like the whole neighborhood had been swallowed by something unseen. And then, the front door of my house creaked open. I turned so fast I nearly tripped. It was open, wide open, an invitation, a warning. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry as sandpaper. I wanted to run, to get in my car, to leave, to never look back, but something pulled at me, a sick, gnawing curiosity. I stepped forward, just one step, then another. My feet moved without my permission, as if something was guiding them. The wind howled behind me, but inside the house, silence. I climbed the porch steps, my heart hammering in my chest. My hands were shaking as I reached for the door, pushing it open the rest of the way. The air inside was freezing. My breath came out in short, visible puffs as I stepped inside. The living room was empty. Nothing moved, but something felt different, like the house was breathing. The door suddenly slammed shut behind me. I jumped, whirling around, my pulse spiking. The sound echoed through the house, sending a shudder down my spine. I wasn't alone. I knew it. I could feel it. A noise drifted down the hallway. Soft, faint, a whisper. I turned my head slowly, my muscles stiff with fear. The sound was coming from upstairs, from the room where I had seen it standing. I clenched my fists, every part of me screaming to run, but I moved forward anyway. My feet creaked against the floorboards as I made my way down the hall. The air smelled different now. Asterisk, asterisk, rotting wood, damp earth, something metallic. Asterisk, asterisk. I reached the bottom of the stairs. The whispering stopped. A long silence stretched, thick and suffocating. And then, a single footstep. Upstairs. My chest tightened. Another footstep. Then another, coming toward the stairs. I backed up, my breath coming in quick, uneven bursts. My whole body screamed to run, to get out now, but I was frozen. The footsteps stopped. And then, a voice, right above me, whispering, too soft to hear, too close. I bolted. I turned and ran, nearly tripping over myself as I sprinted toward the door. My hands fumbled with the lock, my fingers numb and clumsy. Behind me, I heard it moving, fast, coming down the stairs. I yanked the door open and threw myself outside, crashing onto the porch, gasping for air. But I didn't stop. I ran, down the steps, across the lawn. I didn't look back, because I knew, if I looked, I would see it, standing in the doorway, smiling, waiting. I didn't stop running until I was halfway down the street. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't dare slow down. I could still feel it. Asterisk, asterisk, that thing, asterisk, asterisk, watching me. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The house stood dark and silent. The front door was open just a crack, like a mouth waiting to swallow me whole. Nothing moved, but I knew better. I staggered to a stop near a street lamp, doubling over as I gasped for breath. My head was spinning, my hands trembling. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. I needed help. The neighbor. I turned toward his house. The windows were dark, but I didn't care. I ran up the porch steps and pounded on the door. No answer. I banged harder. Please, I gasped. I need help. There's something in my house. Silence. Then, a soft click as the door unlocked. I took a step back. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a dimly lit hallway. And standing there in the shadows, the old man. But something was wrong. His posture was stiff, unnatural. His head tilted slightly to one side, like a puppet with loose strings. His eyes, they weren't looking at me. They weren't looking at anything. Just blank, empty. A slow, uneasy dread crawled up my spine. Sir, my voice shook. Are you okay? His lips parted slightly. And then, he smiled. A cold, dead, unnatural smile. I stepped back instinctively. What's wrong with you? He didn't answer. He just stood there. Then, slowly, he lifted a trembling hand and pointed past me, back toward my house. I swallowed hard. What? What are you? A sound stopped me cold. A whisper, right behind me. My stomach twisted into a tight knot. I could feel something standing there, its presence pressing against my back. The air around me suddenly ice cold. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The old man's smile widened, and then, in a voice that wasn't quite his own, he whispered, "You let it in." I turned and ran. I didn't think, didn't question. I just ran. My feet pounded against the pavement as I sprinted down the street, the cold air slicing through my lungs. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away. The town was eerily silent. No distant traffic, no rustling trees, no dogs barking. Asterisk, asterisk, nothing asterisk, asterisk. It was like the world had been drained of sound. Then, up ahead I saw it, the motel. The neon sign flickered dimly, buzzing softly in the stillness. I veered toward it, my legs threatening to give out beneath me. I stumbled into the parking lot, nearly collapsing against the front door as I shoved it open. The night clerk looked up, startled. "Hey, whoa, are you okay?" I must have looked like a complete wreck, sweat-drenched, pale, wide-eyed. I could barely get the words out. "I need a room, please." The clerk frowned, but slid a form across the counter. "Sure, cash or card." I fumbled with my wallet, my hand still shaking. As I handed him my card, I risked a glance over my shoulder. Through the glass doors, I could see the street, the house, and in the upstairs window, that smiling face, watching, waiting. I tore my gaze away, my stomach twisting. The clerk handed me a key. Room 8, down the hall. I nodded, barely hearing him as I grabbed the key and stumbled toward my room. My body felt numb, my mind spiraling. As soon as I got inside, I locked the door, shoved a chair under the handle, and collapsed onto the bed. My chest was heaving. I was safe. For now. But even as I lay there, staring at the ceiling, something gnawed at the edges of my mind. The old man's words. "You let it in. What had I done?" I didn't sleep, even with the motel room door locked, a chair wedged beneath the handle, and every light turned on. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every shadow in the room felt too dark. Every creak of the old walls made my heart pound. My breath came shallow, my hands still trembling as I lay stiffly on the bed, staring at the ceiling. "You let it in." The old man's words replayed in my head over and over. I had spent weeks dismissing the strange occurrences in that house, telling myself it was just old pipes, my imagination, stress from a move. But it had never been just the house. It had been waiting, watching, and somehow I had let it in. A dull buzzing filled my ears. My head throbbed. My eyes burned from exhaustion. But I could not let my guard down. I reached for my phone, gripping it so tightly my knuckles turned white. I needed answers. I opened my browser and started searching. Asterisk, asterisk, the house's history. Missing persons, strange reports. Asterisk, asterisk, anything. For a while, I found nothing. Just old real estate listings, basic property records. But then, a buried news article from 23 years ago. I clicked on it, my breath catching as an old, faded photograph loaded on the screen. A man standing in front of the house. His hair was wild, his eyes hollow and sunken. He was gaunt, unshaven, and his clothes were stained with something dark. The article's headline made my stomach drop. Local man found wandering streets after vanishing for 2 months. Claims, "IT let me go." My fingers trembled as I scrolled down. The man, Richard Holloway, had lived in the house alone. One day, his co-workers reported him missing after he failed to show up to work. His neighbors assumed he had left town, until he suddenly reappeared 2 months later, wandering the streets barefoot, covered in scratches, whispering about something in the house. When police questioned him, he could barely form coherent sentences. "I tried to ignore it," he reportedly said. "I really did. But once you see it, once it knows you can see it." Asterisk, asterisk. I stopped reading, my throat tightening. He had been found right here in this town, this very street. I needed to know more. I copied his name and kept searching. Another article appeared, this one even older. A crime report from nearly 30 years ago. My blood ran cold. Owner of historic home found dead after apparent suicide. Unfinished basement contained unsettling objects. I clicked on it, feeling sick. The owner, asterisk, asterisk, Robert Grayson, asterisk, asterisk, had been obsessed with the occult. His journal had been found beside his body, filled with detailed sketches and ritual notes. The police had dismissed it as the ramblings of a disturbed mind. But one line was quoted in the article. I have failed. It is awake. I have opened the door, and now I cannot close it. God help the next soul who lives here. I dropped my phone. The room felt smaller, tighter, the air pressing in around me. I needed to leave. Now, I grabbed my bag, stuffed my few belongings inside, and stumbled toward the door. I hesitated for only a second before yanking it open. The hallway was empty. The motel was silent. I took a step out and froze, because standing at the far end of the hallway, just barely visible under the dim flickering light, was a shadow, tall, still, watching. My stomach twisted into knots. It wasn't a person. It was wrong. Something about its shape, the way it seemed to blur at the edges, like it didn't belong in this world. Then it moved, not walked. Asterisk, asterisk shifted. Asterisk, asterisk like a flicker in my vision, appearing closer in an instant. I ran. My feet barely touched the floor as I sprinted down the hallway, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I threw open the exit door and stumbled into the parking lot. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I jumped into my car, hands fumbling with the keys. The engine roared to life. I slammed the gas pedal and peeled out of the lot, tires screeching against the pavement. My chest heaved. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. But I kept driving, out of town, past the dim streetlights, past the empty roads. I didn't stop, not until the town was nothing but a distant blur in my rearview mirror. And even then, I still felt it, watching, waiting, because I knew now I had never been alone in that house. And maybe I never would be again.